Hmm. Good morning. Good morning. How we doing? How we doing? Corey. What's up? How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Extra long weekend. Wow, lucky you. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Doing well. Hanging out. Couldn't wait to get live to talk to my crew. Big Nick, good morning. That's a big good morning right there. Happy to be here. Well, people will never understand how much that commercial impacted culture back in the day. I'm gonna bring it down, bring it right back to 4. So that's what it wants to hold. Holding the 4s. Hanging out in the ditch. I respect it. Yeah, well, these stocks start rising. They do an offering, get some money going. Uh, I mean, they had the spike in the beginning of the year, and then you can see the stock was pretty flat for the entire year. So I guess, if you release the news about the retailer, boom, big volume comes in, boom, they spike the stock up. Now you can get a little bit more if you do an offering, right? So a lot of times they do wait for a little bit of that movement, but remember as well, a lot of people may look at it and say, oh, the stock went up, so they did an offering, to pay themselves more money or whatever. But also, if you think about it from a business perspective, remember, we just got the update about this deal with a large retailer, right? So if the business is now moving along and we have deals coming in and more interest is peaked now, and we're going to potentially get, more phone calls, more business, then we can, we can manage, we can handle to do an offering and to do a little cash raise right now. However, they said it was at the market, which is key. They did an offering at the market. I love how no one says or does anything until I go live, and then people are talking in the Discord, who's responding to something I said. Pain in my ass. It's ridiculous. Unbelievable. You're unbelievable. Oh, bing, 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 bing. You're unbelievable. Silver on the move. Keys. Oh, stocks back up. Stocks only go up. Oh yeah, that's looking good right there. We're gonna meet up. We're gonna meet up there about 39 and a quarter, and probably gonna pop up above that, and we're gonna make new highs on silver. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Check our old buddy Hydrograph popping up back to 2 and a quarter Canadian right out of the gate. Looked like we came down here. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we ran up right out of the open. We popped right up above that trend line. And you can see we pulled back a little bit here. Stock's still up 8% roughly. Just hanging out. If you're just joining us, stocks only go up. I told you we were looking at this yesterday. What'd I say? 64 and 96 or whatever that top fib was. Bro, honestly, I hate to jump down everyone's throat and, you know, be like that freaking psycho that attacks his community. But honestly, y'all lately have really been pissing me off on Hydrograph. Really pissing me off. What's up, RD? How we doing? Telling you, I'm being honest. Like some of the random shit people been saying in the Discord about Hydrograph, bro. Y'all are throwing me for a freaking loop, man. I don't understand. Ubo seems to be just hanging out. I believe this vote is gonna come in a couple of weeks. And yeah, like I still say, when we first got the news, we came out, we ran all the way up to almost 6.5. So that's why I kind of been saying, like, once we get news of this going through, I mean, the stock really technically should jump up to 6, 7 and change, like, no problem. No problem. And then, again, hopefully if it goes through and there's no issues, then people will say, oh, okay, so now this is Fubo and Hulu, so I'm going to buy some shares and I'll tuck it away for a year or two. You know, you'll have new money, new investments coming in after the announcement as well. So, yeah, it looks like they're keeping them down. But again, I mean, you know, we were down here, $1.40 and change before that news finally hit, man. I told everybody it was going to happen. And again, you can see also, right, we had this potential ascending triangle forming, and you can see we had this premature breakout potentially. This was from the preliminary numbers, remember? And then earnings came out, and look, we bring it back down inside the triangle, prematurely break it to the downside, right? So we've seen this before. So we may see this, and then we hit the apex, and then boom, right? It turns out that the pattern was correct, and we had premature breakups and breakdowns. So But that's why, like I always say, we know what we know, man. We know what we know. And this is the problem with the average investor. The average investor, they take their eyes off of the big picture. They forget the reason why we were speaking about a stock, why we put so much attention and energy into staying updated and checking news on a stock and seeing their growth and progression over the years. People forget this. That's the problem. That's the problem. So even when I go live here, when people are like, oh, Fubo's not doing anything, like, what's going on with Fubo? Like, all of that is noise. Like, you're literally asking and raising questions for literally no reason, right? Same thing with Hydrograph. That's why I'm getting aggravated lately. We know what we know. So any nonsense people are bringing to the table now about something like a Fubo or a Hydrograph, you're talking out of your ass. And I'm telling you right now, it's gonna roll right off my back and shoulders like water off a duck's ass. I'm telling you right now. See, Feb leaps on Fubo. I don't know, man. I don't know. Play it however you want. Like I said, I've been on the stock since $1. It's still at 3.5 and it hit 6.5. I did my job. You play it how you gotta play it. Looking at Rich Tech Robotics. Yes, we were talking about this recently. They got the news coming out with the big retail or whatever stock had a pop. I said, in my opinion, jump on, ride the wave up here to the trend line at 4. Stock hit 388 yesterday. Pulled back to the moving average. We have an offering today. The offering was at the market. At the market. So that's why the stock is holding this value for the most part and hasn't dropped all the way back here. Because the offering was at the market. So that's what shares are worth currently. So I still say conservatively, you hit the trend line at about 4.25, which of course is roughly a 33% return even from this level. And I think if you give it some time, you could probably see 6, 7, no problem, in my opinion. I mean, I did alert everyone and message that in the Discord the other day. So these questions should be answered already. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's all noise. It's all noise. Well, sorry to hear that, but I guess it's good to be busy. Intel rejecting off the line. DraftKings flat, Rivian flat. Stocks only go up. But how much gas is left in the tank? Look at this. Well, go down for about an hour. Alright, that's enough. Alright, that's enough. Time to bring it back up. What's it been, an hour or two, Bobby? Alright, come on. Time to pump it back up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. And don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. What's sad is right before I started going live, I saw on my YouTube page it was showing me, like a live stream of Bloomberg News or whatever. And I told you guys that those channels are essentially pointless, right? You literally don't have to watch those channels. And what do I see? 9,000 people watching that, right? That's why no one's in the stream. Breaks my heart. So they get 9,000 people watching quote-unquote investment news that never really helps you. If something starts moving, they don't address it. If markets start exploding or tanking, they'll tell you 20 minutes after it starts moving. I mean, the channels are literally pointless, right? 9,000 people just on YouTube watching that live stream of Bloomberg News. Now imagine some of the calls we made here in this channel, and imagine again, we had 1,000, 5,000 people watching this stream right now. Chat would be going wild. I wouldn't even be able to keep up with it. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what to do. And a move like GameStop made everything even worse. The moves in crypto made everything even worse. Why are you looking at Canadian stocks, bruh? You in Canada? Alright, I guess that's okay then. This? PBL on the CSE, I don't see anything. On the TSX. Okay. Right, Toronto Stock Exchange. I'm so burnt. Alright. Okay. Okay. Just first glance, like if this is accurate, you have potential head and shoulders, but not really accurate that much. Let's back it up. This was 2010, went down a little bit, and we've been on the up and up. Okay. What did we do? Casino. $500 million. It's not that bad. 50, 130, 150, 140. That's nice growth on the up and up. Gauge preserving gaming products other related. Lottery, charitable, e-gaming. 1907. Hey, good for them. 07. Yeah, American stocks usually perform the best, but I understand You want to buy maybe some domestic, some local companies. Understandable. Dividend's been steady since lockdowns. Recently bumped it up. Is nice. Yeah, debt jumped up. Cash flow improved a little bit. So what's that? Yeah, that'd be like minus 150. So we're at like 200. Yeah, yeah. I mean, could be viewed as undervalued a little bit. Um, Gross profit kind of stagnated. Operating expenses up about 25%, 20%, excuse me. Operating income just went negative. Share amount hasn't moved. Yeah, no, yeah, I understand. That's why, yeah, you're looking for stocks in Canada. Yeah, I mean, yeah, not that bad. Um, Again, right, if we're talking whatever, betting, casino, company's been around 100 years, could be viewed as undervalued a little bit, pays you a dividend to own it. I mean, we definitely have seen worse stocks. Let me just see CSX. Oh, well, actually, can we get a listing on the, oh man, you'd have to help me out. I don't even know, but whatever. Yeah, we're gonna put him on the greatest hits album. Sure, for sure. Share amount has actually been going down. Debt's been climbing. Put it on the up and up. Yeah, that PBL doesn't look too bad. Yeah, no problem. That was this one, right? Yeah. Yeah. Um, I mean, these aren't accurate, but let's try to draw out some trend lines here. Yeah, see, and that actually would have been like there. And we could see we just actually broke that line. So we may, excuse me, we may see something like this now. Yeah, it's going lower, I think. I think it's going a little bit lower. Not the yeah, it's not like it's not the worst stock. I think it looks all right actually. Price target cut to 34 from 39. Yeah, also like I don't know the area, you know. I'm not good with geography, especially outside of the country. Headquartered in Winnipeg, like I don't know where, you know, like where their locations are they seeing good foot traffic, whatnot, but looks pretty stable. And yeah, you could make the argument that kind of quote unquote fair value kind of looked like maybe like 700 to 800 million in change. So you could see maybe, you know, 40-50% climb from here. You can like if it started to bounce up and like fill this gap and get back to mid 20s, I wouldn't be shocked. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be shocked. It would kind of make sense. So you can see they chunked it down here, looks like on a double miss, and then we had a beat, so we started to bring it up a little bit, kind of back to where it was, and then it looked like we were expecting some weak earnings, and we happened to double miss again, so they bring it back down. So you could also, yeah, well yeah, that's gonna be like that or something. Let me see something actually. Where is that bottom? That bottom's right there. Yeah, see, so you might be able to get this actually for about $1 cheaper, and then it's gonna spike back up. Yeah, not bad though, not bad. You know, for a Canadian stock, again, honestly, I'm not familiar with the company, but the sector they're in, you know, looking at, looks like decent, steady, stable growth over the years. We can see we had our margin come down and then start to have a really nice recovery here as revenue looks like we hit that $500 million mark. Probably did some cost cutting, I'm assuming, or maybe made a slight acquisition potentially. Yeah, not bad. Not bad, not bad. But thank you for that, Ricardo. Don't worry, I got you. Got you, brother. Sentinel 1. It's the Mustang. How we doing? Sentinel 1. What did I tell you? I mean, I mean, right? I try to tell them. Does anybody listen? Let me check my account. Am I rich? Nope. Wow. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Looks like they're beating it up right now. You know what I mean? Hang out, try to get a little cheaper, save a couple of cents. But again, you know, looks like they could bring it easily back to the 20s, maybe even up to 30, you know, if they have like some decent reports or if they increase you know, next quarter's guidance or something. So, if you started lightly buying here and you'll add to it, like again, I don't know if I could really call you crazy. But yeah, that could be a good one. That could be a good one, and you know, if it's flying underneath the radar, like we say, even better, even better. And CSX, as we said, probably one of the most stable stocks out of Canada, but could be viewed a little overvalued. Again, I don't know what the symbol is in Canada for you. But I mean, again, right? The stock just on the up and up. So this is why I said when people ask me about Canadian companies, right, you probably want CSX. Again, whatever the symbol is on the Canadian exchange, I'm sure it's listed there as well. But CSX probably one of the better companies. But yeah, I can't lie, that PBL looks pretty solid, pretty stable. Checking in on our BlackBerry. Again, one of the other potential under the radar Canadian gems out there right now. I think it could be good. We recently, again, got some little updates and news coming out. The new OS they're talking about. All of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, we got new features coming out. We go back the last couple of... Oh, look, all of a sudden, we're beating earnings. Look. Anyone really talking about BlackBerry, though? Exactly. That's why I like it. I mean, I'm sure someone's going to say, well, it was on Reddit. I mean, like I said, at this point, if you really think about it, probably any symbol you type in, you can find something on Reddit, right? So we can't just chalk it up. Oh, it's a Reddit stock. Not everything is a Reddit stock. However, they did save many deteriorating, dinosaur, useless stocks by pumping them to the moon for no reason and forcing short squeezes. Again, honestly, I mean, I respect the strat, I guess, but also at the same time, people make me laugh, bro. It's like you absolutely screwed over the big money with the whole GameStop situation, and what did they do? They locked you all out of your account so that they can buy and sell their positions, which is still massively illegal. I still don't believe all of these people have not been thrown in jail, to tell you the truth. And also, when it was moving at, what, $300-400 a share, what did they say? Oh, you can only sell one share or some shit like that, right? You can only buy one share or something. I mean, it makes me laugh. So you got completely effed in the A when you hit a grand slam home run on a GameStop short squeeze to the moon, and then what happened? They shut you out and didn't let you have that freedom, that control to do what you want with your money. That's why, when the fact that people is still like following that strategy makes me laugh, man. Seems like a CSXQ. Can't buy it with the broker. Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to try to maybe Google it or look around. But CSX, again, that's well known on the what is it, on the NASDAQ or whatever they're on. So they might have mainly listed on the NASDAQ. Maybe they're not even listed on the Canadian, but I don't know. It should be. But yeah, that's a rail company. Usually very good business. Rail. Well, it used to be anyway. That's why I like SB, you know what I mean? Like some of those freight stocks, some of those shipping stocks. Like if you can find a good one under the radar, even SB with their margins coming down, like their profit margins are still very, very handsome compared to some other companies. You pull up some stocks, they're like, oh, 2.3%, 3.4%, net margin percentage. And then you pull up like SB and it's like, 40, 30, 40%. It's like, damn, that's a big difference, man. Keeping 3-4 cents of every dollar versus keeping, whatever, 33, 38 cents of every dollar. That's a big difference. Let's see what the dollar's doing. Dollar. Nope, that's oil. All right, see what the dollar's doing. We are Okay, back at this support level. Again, we came basically all the way down to here. And then you can see it's been fighting and testing to hold this level right here. And we're right down at this level. And it looks like, unfortunately, it looks like they want to keep pumping the frickin' markets. Which means that even though, again, as I drew out this trend line and the dollar should be like here, which means stocks should go down, if they want to pump the market, then they might just tank the dollar and let stocks go up. But it also looks like, see, even like here, if we go across like the close or the open, whatever it is, see what I mean? The bottom body of those candles, you can see how they might want to break it. I mean, looks like, what, it's about 30 BPs, right? 0.3. Go from 97. No, wait, what am I talking about? Where the hell did I get 0.3 from? I must have been looking at, I was looking at this, I think. Man, yeah, technically bringing it down, yeah, like 0.1. I don't know. Honestly, I really, it's very, very difficult to try to predict what's happening. This is showing something completely different here. Oh no, that's all bottom. Okay, that's all bottom of the bodies. Yeah, so that one. 697.68. I'm telling you, man, they love to pump stocks. DraftKings now red. Been having these big climbs in the morning and then slowly pulling back throughout the day, but you can see how once we got above this resistance, as I was talking about, I laid out my predicted path here, and you can see how we're just continuing this step up, and we're gonna probably eventually meet up with this line now. And obviously, the longer it takes, the higher it's going to be. So we're looking at about 49 3/4 now, but seems to be moving in the right direction. Again, DraftKings, we had a really good earnings report. We had analysts, $50, $60 price targets, and, the stock was down here in the low 40s for about a week or so, and then finally began starting to climb. And that's why I say again, if you have more money and you're able to buy shares or, months of time as opposed to a week or two, you can see the type of difference it makes, right? Because I was very bullish on DraftKings here, and I had a feeling they'd beat earnings. And they spiked up, and then immediately sold off, went red, and stayed there for several days, right? So if you have little money and you tried to time it into short term off of the earnings and a good report, you got screwed, you got burned. But if you were going into earnings like here and you were like, oh yeah, I'll buy calls a month out, right? I'll buy like 45s or 46s a month out here at 43. You see what I'm saying? Like you instantly had it, and then even if they took it away, give it some time and it gets back up to where it was. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always say, if you have more money and you're able to buy shares or buy more time, you should have a pretty impressive success rate. If you're not emotional, of course. We all know that plays a part. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Yeah, AMD, yeah, look, it looks like it wants to reject this line and come back down here, at least minimum to like here or here. I think AMD puts, but I don't know. I feel like options on AMD are kind of expensive. Yeah, you gotta pick your spots. Looking at this guy outside chilling in the bulldozer. I just want to run out there and start pulling on levers and shit. Who doesn't want to operate a bulldozer, huh? All right, Tommy, where we going with this? Where you need the hole? I'll take care. Draft King calls, baby. Can't keep a good man down. 48. Is that what I'm holding? Yeah, I got a 48. Right now, they're about 40 bucks each. But if you wanted to be cheap and buy 48.50s, you know, if you get like a little break up here, maybe 20, 30 cents, you could probably make a nice quick little return. Again, almost similar to what we've been seeing with what we were seeing, excuse me, with MBOT before it hit Haas, if you recall, right? You remember it was like spiking up right out of the open, and then it was just kind of like hanging out and dropping back flat. But every day we saw it spike up in the open and then pull back. Dave Portnoy isn't involved in Barstool. Well, I remember he sold it, but then I think he like bought it back. But then after that, I don't know what happened. So if he exited again, I don't know. No, he loves his pizza now. See, this is why it breaks my heart, the people in this country who actually gain following and have influence, right? Because, again, no disrespect to him, but, you know, kind of little loudmouth guy from Boston. And to say draft, oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Now I don't know. But no, I don't believe so, because they partner directly with the sports organizations and every team and shit individually. I don't think they have any kind of collaboration with but I don't know. I could be wrong. I have no idea. I have no idea. We do know that DraftKings does a lot of advertising. So maybe that's how they're tied to them, if they advertise on Barstool. I don't know. And because I don't know, I'm simply saying I don't know. But you brought up Dave Portnoy, so now I have to say, again, do I respect the grind and stuff? Yeah, all right, I respect the grind. Just another guy who loved, sitting there and watching sports, talking about sports and stuff, and then all of a sudden it became like some huge ass website. So, I mean, I guess I respect it, but also I'm just absolutely stunned that we got like some little random guy from Boston is over here driving around the country judging pizza for everybody. Like, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Stunned. That's like me growing up in the city, right? Up here in the Northeast my whole life. And then I get a million followers and I decide to start traveling down south judging Southern barbecue. Right? The hell do I know? I'm from the Northeast. I don't know how that shit works. I don't know what's good or not. And I understand people are going to say, well, Boston Northeast, you guys are like right there. What? He doesn't know pizza, blah, blah, blah. We know who knows pizza. Okay? And listen, I do respect his analysis because obviously he does kind of know what makes a good pie, of course. But also at the same time, it just blows my mind how he's like the face of this operation. It's freaking wild. And who knows what these companies are going through, right? I mean, it could be anything. I'm not making excuses for anybody, but if you really think about it, this guy just randomly decides to show up and try out your place, but, what if you got screwed over and, your fresh shipment didn't come in that day, you know what I'm saying? So you're not using top of the line quality ingredients or something like that, right? What if your pie maker was, called out sick today or something and you had to, use some kid in the back to help you roll out and make some pies, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to be the same experience. So, I don't know, this guy just shows up and we've gotten to the point where it's make or break. Of course, the pizzerias who were flying underneath the radar, who put out a good product, who weren't getting their recognition, I am obviously very happy that those folks are now starting to get some attention and, get more foot traffic. So good for them. Good for them. But yeah, just in general, like I said, this was like a sports website guy, he's a little guy from Boston. And again, I'm not bashing him, but that's who we're sending out to judge all these pizzerias? Like, come on. Come on, let's be serious. Let's be serious. Let's be serious now. So no and see what happens, eh? Yep. I don't even know if I should read and accept what you're telling me now after what just happened. I don't know. You got mad typos and autocorrects going. I don't even know what you're saying anymore. Gaboon. See what I mean? That's not a real word. I remember it was pretty funny though, because I remember everyone was passing around when he went to one of those pizza chains or something like that, right? And the guy like didn't know who he was, and he's like, "You got permission to film here?" No, all right, get out of here. He's like, "Oh, pizza was terrible. Pizza zero, kick me out." See, and that's what I mean too, right? That's why the social media and the following is actually kind of bad in a way, you know what I mean? Because now you're walking away, you know, oh, he kicked me out. Everyone's like, what? You kicked him out? You know who he is? And it's like, listen, with all due respect, like, who is? Right? Who is? And I know people can easily comment, like, bro, like, he's a millionaire and, you know, millions of people follow him, you know, like, you're a loser. Like, yeah, I completely appreciate the argument, but I'm talking, like, in all seriousness. If we're talking, like, real value added to society, right? I mean, we had a sports news website or whatever it was, and we judge pizza, right? That's what we're bringing to the table. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm better than all these other people, but again, if you really think about it, just the way, like, the eyes, the attention from subscribers, from followers, you know, everyone's walking around now like, oh, do you know how many followers I have, bro? Like, you know who I am, you know who you're talking to. It's not good. It's not good. Not a good spot to be in. Remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. Yep. Yep. Who's who against the who knew? My brother. My man. Freaking love you guys. Love it. Always a good time. Always a good day in here. And what I say? DraftKings calls. See what I mean? What I say? What I say? You probably could have been up $7 already. There you go. You're welcome. Speaking of pizza, right? Just bought you a couple of slices right there. I guess depends where you live. I don't know. One slice? Half a slice? Freaking price is going through the roof. VZ has been seesawing. Yeah, I was going to say, it goes up to a little over 44. It goes down to the high 43s. It goes back up to 44. Tight little range if you can time your calls and your puts. For all my traders out there. Check the portfolio. Am I rich? Nope. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Up, up, and away. If you are just joining us, stocks only go up. $64.97. Why stop there? Right? I love it. I love how they bring it up. They want to like retest the fib here. Look, it makes me laugh. Like, why stop there? Just pump it. Just pump it. Yeah, I'm tall and skinny. I'm lanky. I'm lanky. Got those long crosses. Got those big long, like, spinning back kicks, roundhouse kicks and whatnot. I'd put on a show. If I was in the UFC, I don't know if I'd win. But, again, just like body shape and whatnot, you know, I'd be out there throwing that spinning shit. People would be like, oh my God, this guy's crazy. Hey, Joey Bag of Donuts, how we doing? Soundhound, you say? Hey, with a bounce. Oh, okay. Guess we broke up and out of that little channel. Oh, that was my fan making that noise? Damn. Yes, good morning, afternoon. Sound right back to the trend line. Technically, oh, blow it out, cherries. Technically made a higher high than here, but I don't know. I don't, oh. I actually think it rejects and comes back down. Oh, drifting. Stepping them up. Stepping them up. See, now I'm late calling this out because I'm just chilling on the stream, right? Which is why I really wish people were on the stream. I gotta keep going back to Discord. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, DraftKings, when you came and you gave without taking, and I sent you away, oh, DraftKings. Hey, remember the time MBOT shot up above resistance, made new highs, and then started channeling downward? Ready to freaking explode and pop up to $5? Yo, remember when Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl? Same situation. Same situation. They don't know it yet, but I got the moves like Jagger. It's going to be an absolute stunner. Beautiful. Freaking beautiful. I'm too damn good at this shit, honestly. Honestly. This is wild. Oh my god, look at this stock, bro. Wild. Too good. Hanging out. Beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. What was this actually? 24. This hit 225. How about actually? What was that? 204. Let me see something. 204. How about if we, if we go up across those bodies right there. Okay. Hmm. Good. Dope, dope. In how's Rolls Royce doing? My goodness. mm, mm, mm. 200 kilometers, man. Damn. Excellent. Yep. Outstanding. Outstanding. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Stepping them down. That way stocks always go up. Yeah, we love it. We love new highs. Look at that. Literally went down for 30 minutes. And then we just bounced back and hit new highs. CGC. Oh my goodness. You bought that stock. Gross. Oh my goodness. Look at this trash. That is rough. Mm, mm, mm. Wild. Well, I wish you the very best of luck. I personally would buy today. I would have bought the other day before it popped. Right? 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 Oh, we're going in. We're going in. I wish you the very best of luck. But yeah, they've been growing nicely, so hopefully, again, they kind of been keeping them down, but they upped that mark to that revenue there, jumping up to 242. So if they're able to deliver, you might see that big pop. You know, it might be back in play. A lot of people may reanalyze the situation and decide to jump in and ride it back from 1920 up to 25, 27, 30. That's where it was. You're welcome, sir. DraftKings on the move. Again, when in doubt, simply buy index calls. Stocks only go up. But no, but ew. I'm gonna stretch my legs, grab more cough. I'll be right back. Beam back at 3. Yep, 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 yep. Ion Q having a good day. This thing, beast, man. $12 billion market. What? Yeah, Corey, we got it. You own it. It's up. Very happy for you, brother. Hmm. This is interesting. USO calls, in my opinion. USO calls. Yeah, awesome, awesome. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully the FOMO kicks in, people keep buying. Hopefully it continues to pop for you. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, usually it works out pretty well. Yeah, that headline caught my eye. This headline here. Ukraine has taken out 20% of Russia oil refinery capacity through the month of August. See, like that slight update should cause oil to run a little bit, even if it's for the next 2 hours. They should technically make you money. DraftKings coming back a little bit, right? What'd I say? Go back to 48.20, 48.30, make a couple bucks. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Summer wind. It begins. Walk with me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Delaying the inevitable. Expiration end of October. Alright, brother. Alright. I thought you were buying for like tomorrow to catch this flip. But alright. We're on the move. Oh shit, it's DJ Khaled. RMTI reach 1.7. I do what I do, you know? Yeah. I always liked RMTI. I was a little early with that one, but seems to be coming back. Seems to be alright. Oh, too damn good. Yep. Yep. I do still believe it goes up. I do. Ooh. I bought one share. Keep an eye on it. Since MBOT is doing so well for us, I'm looking for another MBOT. That makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. You could just buy MBOT. But what do I know? Oh, these people are adorable. You're adorable. Holding around 4. Stocks only go up. S&P 6,500. Show me 6,500. What do I know? Freaking MBOT's up 300% from when I freaking looked at it, but you know, yeah, what, you know, I'm looking for the next one. Oh, okay, yeah. Have fun. Have a good time. Have a good time. You let me know what you find. Cause see, I thought I found it already, but all right, that's fine. You could tell me what else is out there. Here we go. New highs. New highs. Stocks only go up. Living in America. It's all about you, isn't it? It's all about you, Corey. So you knew to buy the SPY calls and make 200%, but I say USO calls and you buy it October. All right. All right. Fantastic. Fantastic. Glad we're on the same page, you know? Wild shit. Thousand shares of MBOT. And we're up. Up and away. Good old MBOT. 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 Here we go. Here we go. Show me 6,500. I have a small account, so I don't like to trade more than a couple contracts at a time. Alright, that's cool. I respect it. Yeah. Yeah, that, like I said, the little oil pump, probably a little bit more of a day trade, but you never know. We could randomly, you know, get an announcement, oil spikes up, and you're good to go. Yep. Silver on the move. Gold on the move. Oof. What a call. Love it. Love it. Silver on the move. So I got the moves like. You did. I brought it in a chain. You kept me strong through the rough times. Hey, keeping them strong. Just joined. Oh, you're welcome. What are you out there trading, making six figures, not telling anybody? Doing big things? It's all about the trades and the investments. You add them together and you get money. Look at that. You can't even. Some people call me stocks. Suze calls me numbers. Other people call me Derek. But I'll tell you, my best friends call me Cash. Salud. We want new highs, higher highs, and then even higher highs than that. Think this is a game? You think this is a game? You're talking about the stock market, bruh. You're dealing with an animal we've never seen before. Still got 2 hours to go. We're hitting highs now. Oh, here we go. What's this say? A repeat of the 1962 bear market is unlikely. Why would that be said right now? Right? Why would that even be said right now? Gotta read between the lines. I want to say SPY QQQ DIA puts so badly. So badly. Look at oil. Look at oil. What'd I tell you? Let me get some dubs in the chat. Oh, how the dubs looking? Dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat. Just too damn good. Oh my goodness. I need like some sort of like metal or like cookie or like plaque or something. This is just getting out of control. Digital, where the hell did you come from? Look at this guy. People just show up. They're not even like, hey, how you doing? How you been? You know, I'm doing okay. Oil on the move. Ba, ba, ba. Hey, how you's doing over there, huh? How you's been? I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're doing well. What's HGraph US? The fuck? Hanging out. Hey, Dubs in chat. Dubs in chat. Show me potato salad. We know you do HG and not HGraph. Can you do HGraph, please? Oh, okay. What's it at? In dollars? Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. HGraph live quote, $1.50. $1.50 American. And the chart actually looks a little more bullish on HGraph than HG. But I still say we're on the up and up. What was this high right here? $1.40. Yeah, see? See how it even steps up with the trend line that you would draw out to connect the tops? Right? Right? Which means we gotta, like, I don't know, go back up there somehow. 2.25. What was the high? 270. Yeah, something like that. Looking like something like that. And yes, I go on HG just because it is live quote. But you can see also, we're like below this same trend line, and on HGraph we're above it. But you can see how you draw it out along the tops again. We're looking at almost back to 3 Canadian. Actually, that was like here, right? 208. Yeah, that would be there actually. Which would be new highs. On HG it would be new high. On HG it would be new highs. Yeah, on HG it would be new highs. Oh, you're welcome. I'm just glad it worked out for everybody. It's always nice when we pick winners. Oh, look at the oil. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who's got my cookie? Who's got my cookie? I also need fresh, authentic Cambodian breast milk. Ship it. Oh, gotta open a P.O. box so you guys can start sending me treats. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, people were saying that in August, and then we just keep hitting highs, and now everyone's like, "Oh, September, we're gonna sell off." I'm waiting for the September sell off. It's like people don't realize we're in the fakest market you have ever seen. September sell off, you know. I mean, markets might rally another 10% and keep hitting new highs. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on because they're literally doing whatever they want at this point. So that's why, like, looking even at all those charts and stuff. Oh, the Dow for the last 50 years has been down in September. It's like that nothing's guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. That's why I say you're better off bargain hunting with certain stocks and try not to get sucked in with other stocks, you know, near highs and whatnot. Gotta be sharp. Gotta stay sharp. Like I said, as we're sitting here, we're hitting highs. You know what I'm saying? It's not even power hour. Almost hit 64.99. I mean, look, even if we had the daily line here and you can say we were wedging, it doesn't matter. It's fighting to climb up and break out of the wedge and just break the pattern and just keep climbing. Doesn't matter. Look, dollar's been rising. Doesn't matter. Dollar's been rising. Look, doesn't matter. Stock's rising with it. Doing whatever it wants. You know, and I'm sitting here trying to be the realist and try to be the grounded one and let everybody know, like, this is some dangerous shit we're talking about. But, you know, when everything you buy goes up, you don't want to think negatively about the market. There's nothing wrong. Everything's okay. Clerical error might be behind mortgage paper. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if we make an error on a form, though, we go to jail. So I don't even know. Even if that's the truth, it doesn't matter. She's still guilty. That's what it sounds like to me, but that's just my opinion. That's why it makes me laugh. Everybody wants to be like Warren Buffett. Oh, I gotta play the market. I gotta make big money. No. That's working harder. That's actually working harder. In this day and age, you should work smarter. And by working smarter, you gotta follow the money. And where's the money? Money's in Washington, baby. In this country, don't worry about the market, because they'll take care of you in the market. Just go become a councilman or something. Then you are good to go. Do you think age grabs in a different sector may not affect what AI tech stocks are doing? It's not tied to it. I even saw someone mention in the Discord before, oh, I can't wait for September sell-off so I can, you know, buy some HGraph. It's like you don't tie this to the major indices. It's not even where it's listed. What's up, Big Bird? How's frickin' Snuffleupagus? Yeah, I mean, even right now, like we know HGraph with the volume and again the story, some of the catalysts coming in. So that's what I mean. Like tomorrow, the Dow could drop 1,000 points, you know, but HGraph could be up 5%. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not really affected by that. Up, here we go, new highs. Up. These people are so greedy, it's disgusting. And I don't know who has all this money to keep doing all this buying. Oil now up 1%. Gold, silver, holding, holding. Big money buying shit, man. Big money. SWBI. SWBI. Oh, it's back down. Oh. It was fighting that trend line. Look at that for a week and a half almost. Yeah, that's next Thursday. So yeah, we might. What's today? Thursday. So yeah, maybe tomorrow. They'll keep it like flat, and maybe going into next week, like Monday, Tuesday, we might start to see a little bit of climb, and like start to see like a good bounce off this line, maybe going into earnings. And like I said, hopefully, if they're just able to surprise or say that they're looking to increase freaking, obviously looking to increase sales, right? But they were saying that like the newest generation of their last couple of firearms and whatnot that they brought to the market were selling very well, and that's where a good chunk of the revenue was coming in from. So hopefully if they're able to, kind of push that out in front and pump those sales a little bit, of course, in the short term, I'm hoping for a nice surprise, and you see a spike back up to like 910. But again, in general, overall, I just think it's undervalued, and that's why we might have to deal with some nonsense here for a quarter or two. But whether it's short term or long term, in my opinion, I believe it pays off. That oil. Oh, look at the oil. All right, I need a minute. I'll be right back. Up, up. Come back right in time for 65. Ba, ba, ba. Mm-hmm. We're on the up and up. Gotta fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a wild ride. Discord nice and quiet, beautiful. Here we go. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Acting like they want to bring it down. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Mm-hmm. Just had to breathe for a second. And we're good to go. Oh, shit. Wow. That's incredible. Does the NASDAQ look exactly the same? Mm-hmm. The Dow looks like it's forming an ascending triangle and it wants to pop higher. NASDAQ actually looks like potentially wedging here. 6,500. Baby, we done it. Think about lithium stocks. Yeah, we spoke about Ampex, did phenomenally well. And yeah, LAC is the longer term play. Gonna take like a year and a half. Yeah, just go. Just go. 6,600. Let's go. Let's go. Incredible. Incredible. DIA calls. DIA calls. Oil's still going. Yep. We're on the move. F it. QQQ puts are the play. I don't care. I don't care. Yep. Early with the QQQ puts. I mean, it's only about another 20 points. Could happen in a minute or two. Mm-hmm. I don't know if anyone jumped in those calls. I don't know how much they're up. Maybe not too much. Uh-huh. I don't even know if anyone's jumping in these freaking call outs. Come on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Could actually still pop higher, but it ran right up to this top line, so jumped in the calls and up 15%. Bang bang! My man. Outstanding. Glad someone's listening. Yeah, just started climbing beautifully. Look at that, right back up to that trend line. That's why it looks like it's tightening and it might actually pop up again. But I'm just concerned because it also looks like the S&P and the NASDAQ could reverse. So it might just take the Dow with it, which is why I was kind of saying, like, you know, you might want to take the money and run up here. Q puts. Yeah, Look at that. See the way it's dancing right around the apex too, right after we passed it, and we're just hanging out right now. Telling you, it looks like it wants to skadoosh, skadoosh. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Look at that oil. We got oil in them there hills. Look at the silver. Just freaking up, flat. Powerhouse. Telling you, people sleeping on silver. Everyone's watching gold, and I get it. It's been doing phenomenally well, but even gold, you can see basically same pattern, right? Tightening, topping out here, ready to pop up higher, and just keep climbing. Telling you, man. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Oh, the Dow teasing us. He was teasing me. S&P just keeps going. Oh, shit, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. We might keep climbing up, but like I said, I mean, technically, you know, this wedge looked even cleaner than the one we saw in the S&P. So, I was really expecting a break to come here. Of course, still possible, but looks like we just keep climbing, man. Look at the S&P. Wild. Wild stuff. Yeah. Nvidia shares dip. Yeah, but then you're telling me it's the results that are helping to pump the S&P. Like, come on, make up your mind with your bullshit. With your bullshit. You can see the last couple of times we got down here, we did happen to kind of bounce right back up. So maybe short-lived, we will see. 65.03 new highs on the S&P. So my Nvidia puts early in the morning. 200, nice. Nice, good job, good job. Well done. Dubs in the chat for the nerve de puts. It's a nice little day right there. Quick 200. Bang, bang. Very good. Very good. Oh, rejected. It was at 681. 68. Yeah, we ain't gonna get that. Yeah. It's gotta break, bro. Cause these are the breaks. Break it up, break it up, break it up. Rejected. Asking holding, but back and to the right. Back to the right. But then again, if the Nasdaq starts tanking, I don't know if DraftKings will hold up too well. I don't know. I don't know. Hey yo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Riding high. Dow trying to bounce off a moving average. Let's check some of our smaller stocks here. HG just holding. Just holding. Live H graph quote, $1.51 we'll call it. $1.51. Check out our MBOT. Yep, sitting right around 4. Still down about a dime today. 2% roughly. What else were we? Oh yeah, how's RR doing? Yep, sitting at around 3. Nah, I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. That's just me. If you think all the pot stocks are gonna get a bounce, then yeah, I guess it'll make sense. I don't know. Me personally, I just don't trust it. I remember saying a while back on my channel too, when I looked at like Tilray and CGC, I think at the time like had the most cash on hand, so they were like the safest bet. But again, really it's like the proprietary issue, I feel. Yeah, I know he was talking about lowering. Excuse me. I know Trump was talking about lowering the like the schedule classification for it. So like I understand like they're in focus. And again, you know you I mean a pop off the news would make sense. I don't know. It's just risky though because it's like a rough business. So all those companies' numbers are like all freaking screwed up. Hmm. Ooh, let me see. Daddy dog, apple oven, Cintas. Yeah, Cintas is like everywhere, right? That's like office equipment and shit. Let's look at that out of curiosity. Because that used to be a phenomenal stock. Yeah, it still is. This is a little overvalued. It's pretty good though. Still channeling. Rivian with the moves. Wow. Yeah, Rivian might be ready to pop, but it shouldn't, man. It really shouldn't. Oh. The IPO people are like, bro, you're such a hater, bro. I think I mean, you missed a quick little flip on the DIA calls, man. I'm thinking, like I said, I'm thinking QQQ puts right here, bro. That's what I think. I mean, it does actually look like DIA calls are still in play. But again, like, I don't know, man. We're just pumping shit, bro. Still like DraftKings calls. If you buy like 48s or 48.50s for tomorrow, you could probably make a couple of bucks maybe within the next hour. Maybe. There's that oil pump. Could have flipped those. Could have flipped. And now you dip. Look at this nonsense. Get the FIFA for the flavor of the coochie. Mm-hmm. Huh? Beep beep. Eyes of the day. Do 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 do. Dow going back up to the trend line. Dows are going. Gonna make another little run for it, buddy. Gonna make a little run for it. Looks like it wants to. Yep, Dow right back there at the trend line. Potentially setting up for a boot. Setting up for a boot. Yeah, stocks only go up. Yep. Yep. Setting up for a kaboom. Quick little kaboom. Boom. Skitty. Boom. Yep. 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 S&P 6504.5 new highs. Bada bing. Right at 3 o'clock. How you doing? How you doing? Look at this. The Dow popping. The S&P popping. The NASDAQ going high. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Summer wind. It begins. Walk with me. Not really doing much, eh, buddy? Mm, mm, mm. Dollar heading back down. Dow technically still above trend line. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's how we like it. Just pump it. Just pump it. Amazing. Yep. Yep. Now that's hilarious. Amazing. Little run up right at about 3 o'clock. Let's see if we hold or if we have topped out and potentially exhausted ourselves. Each graph $1.51. S&P hit 65.05. Looks like it wants to retest it real quick. And dollar's starting to climb back up. Dow still above that top trend line. I guess that triangle was lining up. Like I said, I just wasn't sure if they were just gonna start reversing everything at around 3 o'clock, which is why I said in the Discord, if you want to lock it in real quick, you could lock it in. Hmm. Working at the car wash. Working at the car wash. Yeah. Working at the car wash. Been holding almost similar, right? Almost similar to what we saw with H graph. We have our tightening. Let's use a different color. How about that? Switch to purple. And we have our tighten taking place. Right? Ready to pop back up, hopefully, and reclaim support. All right, this is our support. Reclaim support. Pop back up here. Yeah, still like Intel calls. Mm-hmm. Approaching 6506. Yeah. And if you're still in DIA calls, they're looking good. Made even more money. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Disney's still looking weak in my opinion. Again, still about a point below. Yeah, still about a point below that key mark I was looking at. QQ puts. H graph 151. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. If I personally jump in, I go down with the ship if I'm wrong. That's what the captain does. Aye, Captain. I can hear you. Stocks only go up 65.0687. 65.07. To the moon, Alice. To the moon. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. But yeah, I jumped in, like I always say, I put my money where my mouth is if I have it. So I jumped in one of those QQQ puts expiring tomorrow. So we'll see, maybe. Maybe we open down tomorrow. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like to win. Yeah, I saw this break and I was like, okay, could be setting up, for a little drop. Maybe tomorrow morning we drop. But we bounce right back up. We got a double top, maybe? Close, but not technically. Dow kept going above that trend line. 65.07. Never thought I'd see the day. We're loving it. Everybody making the big money. We making the big money. The stock only go higher. Fubo. We go the last 10 minutes. Watch, here it comes. Look, look. Biggest red candle of the freaking day here. Watch, look, yeah, look. Look at this bullshit. Still quiet on the home front. Still holding 4. Oh, little drop there, back below trend line. More, it wants more. More. Must have more. Must have more. Mm, mm, mm. Still too early. It's too early. We want more. We want more. Oh, there you go. That happens. There you go. Huge gap down candle on the Nasdaq. Spike up on the Dow. Shit's all over the place. Literally all over the place. Amazing. Nothing can stop us. We only go up. Bing, 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 bing. Ding, ding, ding. Was anyone looking at earnings? We got Marvell, Tech, Dell, Affirm, Ulta. Right, we got Sentinel One. Gap. Oh, Webull. All this is what? 5 after 4, quarter after 4. Alright, we'll hang out. We'll hang out. Yeah, we got Sentinel One. Yeah, we'll hang out. We'll watch some earnings together. Jump over to Sentinel One. Extended. Very nice. Had about a 3% run up today going into earnings. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. And I know someone else jumped in Dell calls also. Looks like Dell's coming out with numbers. I wish the best to them. Stretch my legs for a minute before we get numbers. Be right back. We're back in action. We were looking for 2.8 on 242. We got 242. They hit it. They hit it. I don't believe it. I freaking told you, man. Did I tell you? What? I mean, what did I tell you, huh? What did I tell you? And look, I said 1920. It literally popped right up to 19. Gap down candle means we're going to go up. Dubs in the chat. Oh, absolutely outstanding. That was big, man. That was big. Again, you know, I mean, they might keep it quiet because, you know, people might focus on that EPS, and I understand that. But as we know, it takes money to make money. And they bumped up those estimates from, what, 220? Where were we? Yeah, look, 225, 229, then we bumped it up to 242, 1, and they post 242, 2. Absolutely fantastic. Gross margin, 75%. Annual recurring revenue, beautiful. We got cash, adjusted gross margin, outlook revenue, 256. Adjusted op margin 4%, 256. We were looking for 255 and a third. So we bumped up estimates, we beat on revenue, and we technically slightly beefed up our guidance a little bit for next quarter. Yeah, and see, they're bringing it down right now. They're focusing, in my opinion, they're focusing on the wrong thing. And again, as I say, right, as we say, we know what we know. So if the stock doesn't skyrocket and stays down here, in my opinion, you view that as an opportunity. Where is earnings? All right, Mustang, see you later. Outstanding. Let's see how Marvell did. Down. Forecast downbeat revenue. Uh-oh. 67. Q2 revenue 201. Yeah. Oh. Basically in line. Looks like they're lowering guidance though. Let's see. Affirm. Down 1%. Looking for 12 and 837. Alright, we'll check those numbers in a second. We go over to Dell. Dell is down over 4.5% right now, 5% right now. Looking for 29 billion. Client solutions revenue 12.5. Infrastructure 16.8. 10 billion of AI solutions shipped in first half. Okay, very good, very good. Adjusted EPS was 232, you saw that. So they technically beat Rev 29.78. Yeah, they technically beat on revenue. Looks like the stock down slightly right now, 4.5%. And again, they might just be keeping it calm because Nvidia didn't do much. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, it might be trading like that. Anything can happen though. I'm curious about Ambarella, how'd they do? Amba on the up and up, 22%. Posted 95.5 mil. Estimates were 90 million. Amba on the up and up. Yeah, this was one I spoke about a while ago. It was swinging like crazy. It was overvalued for a while. Then it was kind of could have been viewed as undervalued. And we can see now we had another nice earnings report. 23.5% move for Amba right now. Yeah, that's why even now, like, it was a 3 billion market cap. Now we're bumping it up. I mean, could still be viewed as overvalued, actually. Four percent. Looking for 54 on 3.7. Old Navy sales 198 billion. Banana Republic, I feel, is struggling for them. Old Navy's been solid, 373. A couple of bill and cash on hand, I like that. Sales were flat, comp sales up at 1% year over year. Online sales increased 3%. Was a third of total sales. Gross margin decreased. Like, of course, due to tariffs. Yeah, taking a hit. Taking a hit. Why we know who's who. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I was looking at the thing. What's up, Neo? How we doing? Yeah, no, I had that feeling, Ricardo. You know what I mean? I just had it. And again, you see that growth. You know what I mean? And again, we were looking. You know, we can see we're losing like 60, 70 on like 220. So that's why I was saying, if the revenue does keep hitting this mark and keep increasing, soon we're going to be at about 300 million in change, and we should be net income positive. and it's just going to be even more attractive. In my opinion, how much did we just bring in? Two, yeah, so we're bringing in like a bill. What did I think I said fair value was like maybe like 2.4 or like 2.6 billion. So, I mean, given some time, in my opinion, it's going to be a $30 stock. But again, you can see, even if we bring it back up and meet up with this resistance, we're looking at about 25, 26. If we follow this predicted path again, we're going to potentially see 20 soon, and then maybe 22. So that's why, even if you don't want to hold it for a long time, you could still make a good return. Yeah, it looks solid. Looks good. It looks good. I'm glad you bought it. I'm glad it worked out. Glad they hit that mark for you. Sentinel 1, 1840, currently up 4.5%. Absolutely beautiful. Sentinel 1. See, that's what I mean, right? Initial reaction because they hit the mark. Overreaction because of EPS. Then the dust settled and people realized actually it was pretty phenomenal. We got to pump it up. We got to buy this. In my opinion, that's the current interpretation. They hit the mark. 22% year-over-year growth. Gross profit 181 million, gross margin 75%, indicating stable profitability. Loss from operations was 80 million, increased op expenses primarily due to higher personnel related costs. Okay. Net loss, right? See, net loss slightly wider than this time in the prior year, impacted by increased foreign taxes and restructuring charges, right? Which leads me to believe that, in my opinion, the losses now moving forward are going to get more and more tight, right? It's going to be more and more narrow. So that's why, again, initially it was like, oh, they beat on revenue. Oh, wait, they friggin' got a loss. Oh, wait, no, it's pretty good. All right, it's fine. Yeah, I know you got scared, but it would have been short-lived, even if it did go down. Revenue from the U.S., 62%. International markets, 38%. Consistent global demand for the company's solutions. Sentinel 1 had over 1,500 customers, annualized recurring revenue of 100,000 or more as of July 31st, up from 1,233 this time last year, reflecting a 23% increase in high-value customer segments. 23% increase, roughly 300 more customers with ARR of at least 100 grand or more. 24%, 1 billion, driven by new customer additions, increased adoption of platform solution by existing customers. Plans to continue investing in its platform infrastructure and customer support services to support business growth. It also anticipates R&D expenses to decrease as a percentage of total revenue over time, despite absolute increases in investment. So what that means is they're expecting even more and more revenue to start chunking in. And again, the percentage of the revenue that would be going into R&D is going to decrease as a percent, but not as a dollar amount, despite absolute increases in investment, right? So they're going to keep scaling up what they're investing into R&D as well as the revenue scales up and chunks in. And it's going to be, 6% and then 4% and then 2% of total revenue is going to be spent on R&D, right? Which basically is telling you that they're planning for continued growth. I like it. Back up here at 18.5, had the big spike up, little tightening here. It's ready to pop up again. It's ready to pop up again. Oh, everybody left us. Aw. Yeah, I told you, bro. I told you I pick winners, man. It is incredible. It is incredible. That's why I say I deserve some sort of like cookie or award or something like that. Alta did well. 6%. Stock's so expensive now. Like I said, better off with Elf in my opinion. 510, 268. Oh, they lifted full year guidance. Oh, okay. Same source sales up 6.7. That's surprising, but okay. Okay. Ulta going back to those highs. What were 570, 574 that said. Mm. It's a nice jump. It's a nice jump. Up in and out. All right, brother. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Enjoy it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap up in a minute. I just wanted to see some of these names, and of course, very pumped to see Sentinel One's reaction. I just want to hang out because I have a feeling it's gonna break up and hit 19 plus. So, just wait a minute for that. I just cracked every bone in my hand. Yeah. Need a pop. Oval Redenbacher. Looking for the pop. Looking for the pop. The beat don't stop. Don't stop digging. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's going. It's going. I'm telling you, it's going. Moving on up to the set. The truck is backing up in the street. Just show me one more pop, baby. That's all I need. All I need is one more pop. Just give me a little pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. I said pop, go to Weedle, go to Weedle, go pop. Oh, somebody peeling out. Robbing banks out here. Oh, someone's getting yelled at for blocking the road. Dumbasses. There's your sign. There's your sign. Don't stop till you get enough. Alright, man. Thanks for hanging out, brother. Have a good night. What time is it? Yeah, 4:30. Yep, we've been streaming for over 4 hours. Putting in those 3, 4, 6 hour streaming blocks. I don't even care, man. I don't even get right. I'm here all day. I'm always accessible. I'm not hiding from anybody. How you doing? But yeah. Alright, I'm going to shut the stream down. I know we're still watching this, and we can continue to talk about it in the Discord. But in my opinion, probably going to run up to 19 plus within the next 30 to 60 minutes. And yeah, should get back to that 20 really quick. So hopefully that only takes like the next day or so. And it's going to work out well for everybody. But thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the support as always. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. All right, peace.